This game? I think it's about some kind of Chinese battle. You know, I wasn't following the story very well. But this one follows Chinese law, I'm pretty sure. You know, you got Guan Yu, and there was another guy. This guy. Wait, is it this guy?
I am Liu Bei,
No.
leader of the militia
Wait, is
of the
it?
Jewel Commandery, along with my two sworn
There's a
brothers.
few like
They need
historical
help.
slash like
So may I ask
legendary
that you
figures
go
in
in
this,
my
I think.
stead? I will
Is it
not
like
be far
WoW?
behind.
No? Now, I don't really know how to best progress, to be honest. And I was talking about wanting to go back to the, what do you call, the blacksmith lady, and I have no idea how to do that. Because I don't think there's fast travel. If there will be, it may be later. Phase affinities, oh no. Oh my god, okay, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal, metal overcomes wood. How am I meant to remember this? Wood overcomes earth? Thanks. Yeah, it tastes fine. Why does wood overcome earth? Wood grows from the earth, I guess. Earth overcomes water. I feel like that's always been a thing. I think normally there's air. And this doesn't include air. And there's metal in here as well. If it tastes fine, you won't mind drinking it, or... No, I guess not. Okay. I get it, but what is this guy? If he's anything. Oh wait, I'm getting opinion. What's that? I'm gonna block again, it was circle, right? Oh wait, did I kill him? He's no longer there.
Weren't you with the militia as well? If you think you've got more
So it's not like WoW, it's not an MMO. No, it's single player. If that's what you're asking.
We came here with our force, but being few in number, we have struggled to advance.
Feng Shui. Is it? Oh, hello. Where did this person come from? I do not like how many NPCs I have running around with me. I just don't. It's just a different vibe. Down here is... It looks like you meant to be able to go there, but I guess not. When you move and you're not sure if it's the stream or the game. It's framey? Do I have to restart my Elgato? It looks fine to me. I'm actually playing it off the Elgato currently. Should probably switch. Can I climb this? No. Okay. Maybe it's a motion blur. Maybe this game does have a motion blur on. Let's see. It is. Let's turn it off. I didn't even think about that. Did that change anything? Alright, how do I get out of here? Oh, I have to go down. Okay. Oh, I have a whole stream with it with motion blur on. I didn't even realize. Do I like it better? It looks the same to me. I don't think it made a difference. Yeah, it's Guan Yu, I know. Oh. Why do we want a unicorn skin? Oh, I could have stealth. Alright, think about that. Oh, that's right. So I can heal, right? Okay. I'm really trying to remember everything about this game. How's it going, Free Loop? Guan Unicorn, come on, you can't do this to me. I guess it is a pun. Encourage binds up your allies' spirits to encourage them to perform certain actions. Ah, that's annoying. I don't want to do that. The hell is encourage? Encouragement. But what is it? Oh. Is that encourage? Did I encourage? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh no. I saw him coming, but I didn't dodge. Oh wait, they buff me? I mean, that's kind of cool. If true. Ah, here she is. Okay. We can like level up a weapon or something.
I remember you. What a small world it is we
She's
live
just
in.
everywhere.
I've heard of your exploits, and I have to say, I'm impressed. Every blacksmith dreams of having a client of your caliber.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. So these are currently my favorites. I wonder if I've picked up anything better. I don't think I have. Probably not. We got these wooden cudgels. I'm only looking at the higher style ones. I don't know if it's a bad way to look at things. Could be. The saber is 109. This iron sword is also 109. I don't think it really matters at this stage. I'm gonna level up the ones that I have.
Problem is, if only there was some...
Cool, lovely. Alright, stick with those. Let's sell our other ones. How do I mark them? Oh, this is for upgrade. Okay, here's how I sell. Who knows if I stopped up?
Got any drink on you? Well, no, I wouldn't expect you to.
I want to upgrade. I want to sell. Why is this so confusing? Okay, sell. There we are. I just don't like, I really don't like games that it's just item management the whole time. Oh, I hope it's not too much of this. Hey, Soulspawn. What's that? Does that wake up again? This is, I can rest at this one. Everything's too expensive now. Let's keep on going. I'd like to know why I got a sensitivity warning. I guess, maybe? Potentially?
What on earth are these guys? There's something about them different from the foes earlier.
Oh. I didn't know if I could dash. I like double jump. Hold on. These guys are red and I don't know why. Oh. We're doing well. Ow. Oh no, we're not doing well. That was it. Maybe if I do a jump instead of jumping down there. We have two. Okay, we have a double jump.
Cut out for us here.
Maybe we're gonna encourage. This will help me.
My blade is always at your
Help me
service.
get them. Hey,
That was an easy kill. Nobody can stop us.
What's this? I'm not having cleared it yet. Oh, is this the one that's making them stronger? It is. Okay.
Outstanding. Let's keep pushing.
That was
them
the
while we have
warlock.
advantage.
But it has a new cat. And he's watching your stream. You have a new cat? Oh my gosh. That's so cute. This is like Sekiro. Yeah, kinda. It's more of that vibe. You do have allies in this though, like NPCs. That's really the main difference, but there is like a system where you have to parry and all that kind of stuff. Like Sekiro. What's the new kitten's name? I didn't know what to do there, to be honest. Okay, now I can level up. It's something lame. Is it fluffy? Is it Kitty? Is it Barry? Is it Spot? I don't know, what's a lame name? Named after some driving dude? Okay, that looks like something that you fall through. Oh, god damn it. I knew it was something that you fall through and I still fell. Oh shoot. Ryan Gosling, he's a driving guy. Oh, Louis. No, that's cute. If we don't know it's about a driving guy. And it works. How do I get back to... No, we didn't. We didn't find one. Like, we found some, but... Did I speak about this? When did I speak about this? Did I speak about this in Discord night or something? Yeah, so we went looking for a chopping board. But Yana wants a big one. And you know, you want it to look nice. We only found, it's like we found one the right size, but it didn't look very good. And then we found another that was, it looked nice, but it wasn't big enough. Like nothing was like, yes, that one. Which was a shame. No, we wanted to like, we found one that was like this, and it was a square. And Yada was like, man, if it was only a rectangle instead of like this odd square shape. If it was more like this, then that would have been a cell. I don't know. It's not me that's making the choice. And the thing is, there's just not a lot of variety when it comes to chopping boards. There is for smaller ones, but if you want a bigger one, there isn't. My bond with Guan Yu has deepened. I don't know if we had a bond. Well, that's the thing. I'm like, man, I feel like we have, like, we are more likely to make one ourselves than find one. Hey, Minthara. Oh, okay. He wants like a booze block. What's that? A booze block. You didn't sound happy. What do you mean? I'm sorry. Sorry if I came across that way. Oh, we have a number of Dragon Pot uses. Is that an item that I have to use? Oh wait, not here. Inventory. I have 4 times 4. Wait, what? I don't understand. Oh, maybe it's like if I used one, it would have replenished it. You wanted one a few years earlier, found one 5 minutes away. Oh, really? Can you send pictures? It sounds weird, but I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just curious what it looks like. We went to maybe... how many stores did we go to? 4 stores that sells kitchenware today. And we only found 2 that was like close. but it wasn't quite there. It wasn't like good enough to be like feel like it's worth it.
If I fought my second elder brother in a serious duel.
A foolish question. It goes without saying that our brother would best us all, after all.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
This world cannot be saved with foolhardy bravery alone, which is
You have to take a picture now, by the way. I'm just
blades to our brother.
Oh, everything's on fire. Okay, out? No, no. A fear. Someone is shooting icicles at me. Drop everything. No. Send me a picture of your chopping board. Oh. This is, they were higher level than I am there. Oh, hello. Yeah, I haven't been using these a lot. I don't really like it. Like, I don't actually level up those magic moves. They don't really do much. I should see if I have more armor. Oh no, what's that? Let's not do that right now, huh? Seems rough. DM'd me? Oh my god, he actually went and got it. You dropped everything! Trying very hard to avoid the low-hanging fruit of a joke. Ah, no! I didn't even think you can, like, fall off. Oh my god, I'm back here, though. That's weird. Okay, well, at least that's that. Yes, that doesn't count as a death? I guess. And that guy looks hard, too. Rizless and Maidenless? What? Are you saying I'm Rizless? What does that mean? Ah, I see.
Blade is always at your service.
No, I parried it. Okay, I didn't parry it afterwards. Oh my god, oh no, okay, that thing was too hard. It means I have no game. I don't know if that's fine. Oh yeah. See, that's like, you know how it's got those ridges? Yada doesn't like the ridges. But then I was like, why can't you just turn them upside down? Because I guess you can do that. You have 4, you have one even bigger than that. Oh, you have a bigger one? Okay. Well, that's annoying. I'm all the way back here. I wonder if there was a checkpoint earlier and I missed it. So I was looking. What benefits does Guan Yu give me? It would be hard to get a wooden... No, there is some. But we saw some today. It is annoying that they have ridges. They have like along the border of a lot of these wooden chopping boards, they have like a dip. But you can just turn it upside down. And preferably, like hopefully there's no ridges on the other side. Unless where the juices are meant to fall into or something. I feel like I attack everything in these areas, and maybe I don't have to. That's an exclamation point. I don't know what these... Oh, you can't see the map. I'm covering it. I just remembered. So I have a red point and an orange point. Is this where I went last time? Hello, Divane! Maybe I can put my camera over here. And so you got the map.
Hey, look up there. How did
Those are called grooves. The grooves also reduces spilling while cutting, keeping the user's kitchens far cleaner than without. Juice grooves are essential for chefs, anyone who cooks frequently. Rihanna doesn't like him. I don't know. Oh, no!
bite off more than
Did streamer hydrate? No, she didn't. Hold on. The checkpoint's right here, too. There we go. Yeah, so like... Oh, it's not really a checkpoint. They do make it harder to clean. They're a bacteria magnet. Well, that doesn't sound nice. See, the thing is, it's easy to clean a bench. It's not easy to clean a groove. You know what I mean? Okay, have a good night. A marble one? But that would, like, ruin your knives. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just, like... Is this a new area? Have I been here before? The marble ones that I saw, they were displays. They were for display, not for cutting. And it would literally say, display cutting board, or something like that. What if I go down? This place feels like a labyrinth. Have I been down that way?
My brother always says, ruin awaits all.
If you want to eat meat, do not get a marble one. Okay. I was already not planning on it. That's right, I was already down that way. Maybe I have to go here. I was too nervous to do this. Oh yeah.
This one has the smell of a true one.
No, I missed the parry. Oh my god, that was slow. What a slow move. Why did I expect otherwise? I saw the execute button and then it kind of disappeared there. Oh, there's another thing here. Okay.
Your flag's ours, and we aren't giving it back. Now, let's finish them off.
At 15, I joined the army. Okay. Hey, Silent, do you like this game? I'm still making my opinions on it. It's been alright. The whole point to get a wooden board is to prolong the lifetime of the knives. I wonder if there's anything up here. At least, you know what? At least the exploration part doesn't feel stressful. Because usually the exploration part is the part that I dislike in Souls-likes. That looks like it's breakable. Okay. No matter. I thought there was someone here. I was about to regain my health. No! I'm back at the start of the zone? Wait, what? This is at the back of the start of the zone? Are you sure? Oh my god, you were right. No! R.I.P. Oh, and there's a ladder here! Oh, I wish I knew. Alright, I'm going back up there. This area is making me lost. Back at the start of the zone is actually so far. You can sprint. Oh, you're right. True, true. Is that also how I... Oh, son of a... This area sucks. We are just grinding unnecessarily. I don't understand this jump. This jump is frustrating. Is there a dash? There we go. Alright, now we're back where we were. Let me get that ladder. Let's run up this way, so I assume this is a new area. Your knives do eventually, like, you will eventually stop being able to sharpen it. Okay, let's do this. Hey, Spicy Crumbs. Welcome back today. Oh my god, I was about to sneaky up on it. No. What's this? Oh. Oh no, it's that boss from, Ragapi.
Not yet. This is not the end yet.
You think I'll take this lying down?
I shall repay this
There
kindness.
you go.
I promise you that.
Get back now! This one's mine! Curses! I'm making a fool of myself.
We're eating.
Sorry about that. You won't regret helping me.
This thing is messy to fight. Maybe I should stop focusing on it. Oh, I don't know. New game plus? No, no, no. Brand new playthrough. First playthrough.
Victorious. Know your limits.
Okay. Oh dear, I'm about to go.
Going to be stopped here and like this.
Realize it was shooting at me. This is no bueno. Yikes. Yeah, first time.
It is an honor beyond words to accompany you into battle.
Was it this way? It was... Yeah, it was this way. Let's not bother with that, actually. Don't need to bother with that. I don't know if they keep chasing me. Maybe they do. Now it's level 19. Does this thing keep going up?
Yes! My serpent spear hungers for blood!
No!
Victory can oft lead to defeat. Step back. I shall handle this.
Vanya, what are you doing? There we go. Not even close. Maybe I want to stop doing those flying moves on this. This game doesn't have a stamina bar. No, I don't think so, actually. It has other bars. Oh dear, this is janky.
How could I let this happen? I'm sorry, brother.
Oh.
They're not half bad.
If you max orange, I maxed orange now.
I can no longer fight anymore. Time to pull back.
Wait, where's Zhang Fei? Why are they down there? I don't like that they're fighting down there, to be honest.
What on earth am I doing? Yeah, I owe you one. Thanks. Yes! My serpent spear hungers for blood!
No. I should have healed. Does he just keep leveling up? Pushing against the invisible wall. There was no invisible wall.
To battle.
Dude, I'm getting wrecked by this thing. Haven't even gotten to the main thing yet.
Without hesitation, my
I've been noticed. Oh, I've been hit. No, I missed.
You think I'll take this line down? I'm in a tight spot.
Get back in this corner again.
Yeah, I owe you one. Thanks.
That was cutting it close. My thanks for the assistance. Not yet. This is not the end yet. I failed. This is such a shame for me.
I think we got it. Yeah. Okay, great. Now I don't know what I get from that. Oh, there's this thing here. Okay. I think we jump down. And I only really watches the stream if it's a game he's interested in. Learn this wizardy spell and all its oh, you have to do all the prerequisites as well. I see. Are you watching any fun shows? Yeah, The Circle. It's a reality show. But it's a reality show that doesn't feel like it's exploiting people. I know, I've been talking about The Circle for weeks now. It's just such a fun show. It's cringy, but it's fun. Come on, guys. Oh, this one does more damage. Maybe the Fire Blast. No. Oh, that thing respawns. How dare it. Alright, I guess we can just ignore it.
Be they crook or be they clerk, wrongdoers will get
Genuine
crushed one
key
and all.
fragment. Oh, right. I think I know what that is. The Circle is good. I'm talking about. Oh, it's like one of those soul things that you use. I got it. Yeah. Oh shoot.
Too hard can be fatal. Now is the time for rest.
You aren't gonna die on us, are ya?
Yeah, I think I am. Let me go back and get some health. Huh. The double jump is so troll. They don't move forward. There we go. Oh wait, this is back where we were. This area feels like a circle. I wonder if we have anything better. Date by obtention. Head armor, chest armor. This one is more, but it's heavier. So I guess this one is still better. What do you think of that art that you posted? The Garden of Unearthly Light? Oh, this one's better. Alright, new pants. Whatever that means. I don't know, I probably like studied it in school at some point. Never looked into it too much. Ow. Oh dear. You beat it under level 250, all 5 new games. Like New Game Plus? I'm not gonna lie, I've only just started this game. I do not know, like I have no context as to how good or what that is. Gotta use that block button. Yeah, sorry, sometimes I dip. We're still working on the block and the parries. So far, the game is confusing to me with having, like NPCs. Because I struggle to follow what's going on. Oh, there's a thing here. Neato. Like, so far the most enjoyable part for me has been the bosses. Shit. Oh, wrong button. I just played Dark Souls. It's God of War style. God of War style art. Oh, you're talking about the garden thing? Okay, I see. That is kind of different. Yeah. Having a thing that we open like a cupboard. Didn't cancel that one. Oh, okay, that one's a fancy armor, apparently. Probably too heavy. I might have to end up using heavier stuff. This one... Now, why is this one 4 stars? Is it because it's light and it still has good defense stats? I don't know how important those other numbers are. Oh my gosh, I pressed it! Not quick enough, obviously. Does this game have mimics? Mimictious. I bought some new, I don't care about detection. Affects the duration of a high level spirit can be maintained for. You can do that one. I bought some new paintbrushes. I don't know, that's exciting as my day went. Some new paintbrushes. Went looking for a chopping board, didn't find one. I saw someone from high school. Like, my best friend from high school at the shops. That was kind of weird. That was wild. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was just like, oh, what? What happens when you go outside? You see people that you recognize.
Huh? The heck is this thing? It sure is one cute critter.
Oh my god, it looks like a little panda, but it's like the opposite.
Trying to say,
A Sheety's shoe is a demon that poses no threat to humans. Oh, it's like those little things in Neo. Its sole interest is consuming various metals. It will reward anyone you offer items to consume with small trinkets. Remember to give it your spare items whenever you can. So just drop your items. How does it eat it? Oh, okay. Cute.
And dare I even say, cute demons.
I like how it's like its coloring is
To be nibbled.
the opposite of a panda coloring. It's like inverted. Oh wait, it only eats one. Why is it like, is that it sleeping or is it gone? No, it's sleeping. Okay, I guess it won't give me anything else. How do I use a throwing knife? I just realized. I have them equipped. Yeah, I do. I think I have them equipped. Hmm. It's not even on my UI, the throwing knives. Have we been up this way? What's up this way? Oh, this guy's enhanced by something. Ooh. Oh, here is the warlock. There is something to do other than awkward wait for Danny to introduce them. Introduce what? What is Yada do when you bump into someone, you know, and he doesn't? Yeah, I like introduce or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. It happened twice today, where I had to be like, this is blah blah blah. I am quite awkward. I would describe myself as friendly but awkward. Okay, I just have to deal with that thing first. Ooh. Oh my dear. You can tell? Yeah. There we go. Got him. Wait, is this 3 shamans? Ah. When I'm given a bit more time to talk to someone, it does get a bit better, yeah. But usually if it's I need to talk to someone for like a minute, a couple of minutes, I'm gonna be real awkward in that situation, and then afterwards I'll be like, oh, I should have said this and this, but I didn't, because it was like, oh my god, I gotta say so much stuff. I gotta cover all my bases. And it's like, hi, how are you? What are you doing? I don't know. What do you mean, cacao? I don't know who that is. And that's another thing.
As we proceed.
Cacao. Have we been here before? There's like nothing here. Do I contemplate conversations in the shower later? I definitely do contemplate conversations, yeah. Okay, we have been here. Oh, I think it's just expecting it. I see. Oh, there's 2 of them here, actually.
My blade is always at your service.
Oh, damn it. Oh my gosh. Is this, that's what it means when my orange thing is broken? Oh, I'm rolling away. I am not facing it. Maybe I shouldn't use that move at all. It's not useful. What's the use of... Oh dear. Wait, did I hit it from the other side of the rock? Oh, that's weird. I was playing Arena the other day and it was popping. Yeah, it definitely popped sometimes. Oh, I hate losing an Arena by 1 point. It's even more a feels bad moment when your team was winning the whole time. But you know, if there's like about 50 points difference in an Arena game, it's still anyone's game. Like, I get why people dislike Arena. It's like you pretty much waited the whole time to see who the winner is. What is that? Oh. What beats water? Earth, was it? I don't have anything Earth. Oh wait, no I do. Yeah, that's Earth. What a delicate creature. Oh, you're queuing an A. Boo. Although, in fairness, you probably wouldn't get a game either way. You'd be surprised. Depends how long you wait before you Q&A. Usually your combo regrets happen when you're too nice or wasn't being direct enough. Oh, my combo regrets is when I feel like I didn't come across nice enough.
Let's hurry this up and get that yellow turban leader eliminated.
Oh, where is that yellow turban leader? Is it up here?
Wise to not linger here.
Regrets. I couldn't say that sentence for some reason.
You really should swipe that out from your brain for a moment.
Oh, it was hard to say. Is there a thing around here? I could be like, oh, I should have said this. I should have said like that. I feel like I came across a bit rude, a bit mean. I don't know how to use a knife, and I would use a knife. It's my face? You saying my face doesn't give off friendly vibes? I feel like in person I give off friendly vibes. I hope I do. Well, that's, yeah. Is that? I think that's the shaman. Oh, missed. It's like I'm all waiting for it and everything. Just to miss. There we go. You need to be meaner, too likable. I feel like that's a thing that people don't normally think about. You need to be meaner. Oh, I missed. These range abilities aren't great, because these characters, these enemies are moving too far. Oh no, I didn't block.
You think I'll take this lying down?
I'm also out of thingo. Who am I attacking? Okay, there we go. Can I use this yet? I can. That clip of you with a smirk on your face, just like hidden by Ratatoska's belt over and over, lives rent free. I barely remember that clip. Okay, because you think back like I wasn't joking, why didn't they take me seriously? How often are you not taking seriously? Maybe I get taken seriously and I just... so I don't know. Maybe I do look mean. Thanks for the tiger seal, whatever it is. Is this an arena? Looks like an arena. Doesn't it, guys? Alright, let's have a look. I don't know if I have anything better yet. Wait, I don't have anything there. Maybe some green? Nothing light. That's for sure. It's so obvious when you walking into a cutscene. You know when it is.
Is almost upon us.
Probably not a bad
Please,
thing.
my lord, order a retreat.
I don't know.
Do not falter, for our mission is clear: to bring the world under the yellow heaven.
Oh yes, I remember this guy.
Foolish enough to stand before us shall know true regret for their folly. Just try to evade my
Oh
soul
dear, okay.
if you can.
So a lot of jumping. Oh! He teleported. I guess that's his shtick. Okay, that hit me. Oh, he moved again. Wait. Kept moving. I wonder if I can block it. I think you can block his range attacks and it lowers or like makes his orange thing get bigger. And then you can knock him down.
The enemy is attempting to rally. Brace yourself.
Attempting to rally. What does that mean?
The way you fight. You're the one who slew my brother. Fine.
Oop. I did not block that.
You down for what you did. Took me by surprise.
Alright, we got him there.
Rise, comrades.
Oh no. Is there, there's a phrase, yeah.
The yellow heaven must rise.
I mean, we gotta get these. Oop.
Am I going to be stuck?
Oh my god, I'm timing this wrong.
They're not half bad.
Oh! I got grabbed! No!
This one's mine.
Oh, that was a mistake. You killed this guy's brother and you barely remembered him? Yeah, apparently. I thought about that. I have no idea. Is it this way? Past this guy. I don't remember killing any humans.
Sorcery, if you can.
They're hard to get to. Like, they teleport. They really teleport.
Burn in the fires of
Oh no. Here we go. We got him. Okay. Maybe we run.
Come on! Bring it on! The way you fight. You're the one who slew
I feel like I'm gonna hear that line a few times. Oh no, grab me. Okay, that's where I'm
I'll
stuffed.
strike you down for what you did.
Yep. I keep accidentally dodging. These dodges are so quick that I can barely pay attention to when I'm doing it.
It took me by surprise. Rise, comrades.
Oh.
You may not rest yet. The yellow heaven must rise. I will not be stopped by the likes of you.
Ow. That really hurt. Oh no, that hit me. Okay. I feel like I am forcing my way through that. Not the crushing defeat.
It is an honor beyond words to accompany you into battle.
I wonder, am I lighter if I'm only carrying one
Just
weapon?
try to evade my sorcery, if you can.
Oh, I didn't block it. Okay.
The enemy is attempting to rally. Brace yourself.
The way you fight.
I should try to heal up there.
Slew my brother.
Oh no, okay, I'm figuring out when he's gonna grab you there.
I'll strike you down for what you did. Rise, comrades. You may not rest yet. The yellow heaven must rise. Not
Oh,
bad.
hello. Trying to focus on this other guy. Okay, I'm trying to heal, thank you. I have not enough for my ability, I see. Let's get this one here. Oh no, I got...
Get back now. This one's mine.
Get up! That's a take all day.
Fires of hell.
No.
They're not half bad.
Oh dear. I feel a lot less understanding of what's going on. Keep on going.
Just try to evade my sorcery, if you can.
Oh, I didn't block it. I think that's too quick. Mindless killing, yeah. This guy just has his little bell, and that's his whole shtick. Oh man, I did not react in time for that one at all. Like a cowbell.
The enemy is attempting to rally. Brace yourself.
The way you fight. You're the one who slew my brother. Fine. I'll strike you down for what you did.
Oh.
Took me by surprise. Not bad. Rise, comrades.
Sit down.
You may not rest yet. The yellow heaven must rise.
Oh dear. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it is worth doing those other guys. That was the only time that I ignored the things he summons.
It is an honor beyond words to accompany you into battle.
Just try to evade my sorcery.
It's interesting how he goes from evading to not evading. The chimes? Can you hear it? I think we dodged those. That worked out better than getting hit by them every time. Oh, we're talking about the Ratatusker.
Hold on there a second.
Oh no. Where'd he go? Oh. Bad timing.
The way you fight. You're the one who slew my brother. Fine. I'll strike you down for what you did.
Not working out well here. Okay, here's one.
Not bad. Rise, comrades. You may not rest yet. The yellow heaven must
Oh,
rise.
right, I didn't even see that. Well, that sucks. Yes, trophy. That's good. I'm kind of screwed. Ah.
Losing my touch.
Yeah, you're losing your touch. Maybe I gotta encourage. What was it? Was it called encourage? I gotta rally up my allies. Get them in there.
Just try to evade my sorcery. If you can.
Here we go.
My serpent spear hungers for blood.
I don't even know what their benefits are. I was not close.
The enemy is attempting to rally. Brace yourself.
Ooh, I hit that one back for once.
The way you fight. You're the one who slew my brother. Fine. I'll strike you down for what you did.
Where's the other guys?
You may not rest yet. The yellow heaven must rise.
There was another one at the other end. And I think I'm gonna run to get that. Ooh.
Am I losing my touch?
A bit more and we've got this.
Oh, why can I attack? Oh! I didn't even see that was happening. The thing when you have multiple allies, then you do miss moves. I can't see the animation of this enemy. Ow.
Yeah, I owe you one. Thanks.
Can you get them both back up? I think there is still another guy in this corner here. Alright, now he won't be super OP. Oh, got him. Hey, woman. Hi.
Elder brother, we'll see it done. Bring prosperity for all.
Alright, guys, we did it. Now what?
Ha! He can blather away in the afterlife now. Brother, you know what to do. Come
Are we
on,
done?
let's get it done.
Dragon of Heaven, bear witness to our unshakable bond and unbreakable will.
That just reminded me of Kingdom Hearts. The Trinity thing.
Corrupt officials, eh? That's good. I will do justice to them for what the law has not done.
My dutiful blade has slain thousands of scoundrels.
And yet there's no end to it. It's as if this war only claims the decent men, leaving nothing but scum.
As true warriors, we are honor-bound to defend the innocent.
I'll prove I'm no mere brawler. I want to see people smiling again, and I'll do what it takes so they can.
With chivalry in our hearts, let our strength match that of the Qinglong itself.
Oh, you know what I've got to use? I forgot about my special animal thing.
What a feeling! We've not done that since back at the peach orchard.
Indeed. My soul has not been stirred like that for some time. Brother, you are unharmed.
The yellow turbaned soldiers have left the area. Take the path behind the altar and go to Guansong.
We will follow and no doubt meet again.
Assuming you don't get yourselves killed!
It's doing alright. Just playing through this game. This is another item management game. Ah.
Our 10,000 men are pitted against 20,000. Have you a plan, Commandant Chow?
Part of our forces will serve as bait
Oh, it's Cow
and
Cow.
distract the enemy.
Where's
Utilizing
Germania?
the diversion, a separate force will target Zhangjiao.
Not bad. But how will we split their forces? Zhang Zhao is no fool. If he remains guarded.
A secret route we discovered earlier. It's likely our best option.
Excellent. What a wondrous turn of events. And I shall take this one with me.
As you please. A tiger with prey in its sights won't be diverted after all.
Come fight alongside me. And you might make a name for yourself.
You can now call Sun Jian to assist. Cool.
We can get to the secret path from the cliff over there. Please follow me.
Is there a...
That possibility. How?
Hey, Pablo Ball.
The chi there is being distorted by something evil. Tracing the flow led me to what I believe to be the source. It could be the Yellow Turban's base.
A distorted flow of chi, you say?
Is there not a thing
That
here?
explains
There must
the
not be.
rumors of there being demons in the enemy
I
camp.
guess I have to do what they
So
say.
we've more than just hapless rebels to deal with then. I shall relish the opportunity to wield my claws.
Okay. Let's go up the secret path. Oh, it's here. That would answer it. Alright, let's level up. Level up feels slower.
Hey, if there's anything you need,
This is someone you've met.
I'm a blacksmith. My aim's to become a master blacksmith. And so I travel the land, honing my... And what business does such a beauty...
You certainly talk the talk of a... Although this is a far from ideal place to do business, surely.
Yeah,
If
surely.
you went to where my allies are, you'd likely fare better.
Why, as it happens, I'd been thinking of settling down somewhere a little calmer. Thank you kindly. Once I'm finished up here, I'll make my way there. Hey!
I wonder if that
another
means
day, another
she'll
copper.
move.
If there's anything you need, let me know.
She seems nice. She seems nice, I guess. A lot of this game still confuses me. I want to sell. Yeah. How do we sort? By attack power, by
The
rarity.
might of Swinjen shall be made known.
Okay. No hydrating, I need a bathroom. When does the killing start after I work out all this stuff? It won't be a moment. I try not to take too long. Oh, I don't think I could sell that one. Yeah, I don't like games that are the menu simulator, and I was expecting this one to be one because Neo was one. I don't like just sitting there in the menus.
This being their headquarters, the troops here are the best they've got. These rebels genuinely believe the lies spewed by Sun Chao and the like. And so I expect they'll fight to the last man.
Man! Okay.
Reckless aggression does not constitute valor. Stand aside.
So, parrying and blocking, important in this game, and sometimes you get the timing wrong.
But with no reinforcements, we were having trouble thinking of a strategy.
If they made one of those games with some city management stuff... Oh, one of these games? Really? You'd never put it down? Ooh, hello. I feel like if I wanted to play a city management game, I would play a city management game. Okay, I am not doing well. Let's deal with this guy. He's clearly a problem. What the hell? No, attack him, not... Oh my god, flailing around. This doesn't heal me, to be fair.
Someone who's been face to face with death when I see them. It's good to know I've got reliable company out here.
I think there are games where it lets you level up a city or something.
There looks to have been especially fierce fighting here.
Like, have you...
This is their front line.
There's that, oh, what's it called? Shadow of Mordor?
Things could turn ugly.
Has a lot of progression stuff. What else is there? Oh, okay, well there you go. The interesting thing with Shadow of Mordor is that they patented a lot of that Nemesis system. Or trademarked it, I don't know, whatever, whichever one they did. So no one else can do it. Like, how lame is that? And we have another bird. I never played Shadow of Mordor, but I remember when that game came out, it was a big deal.
Now this is what I call a battle.
Oh dear, oh dear. That happened really quickly, didn't it? You thought it was impossible? I don't know if it's a trademark or is it a patent. Like, what's it called when you kind of lock a technology or something behind legal stuff? I don't know. I don't know what that stuff is called. think this thing is hard to fight. Ow!
More I've got left.
No.
Thank you. Swenjin will return the
Oh,
favor.
there's another thing here. What the hell?
It's not often I'm put on the back foot.
Ow. Ow. Oh my gosh. This area sucks a little bit. Maybe I'll come back for it, and then I probably never will. But I just wonder if there's anything interesting here. Pretty much I think every time you die, like, the thing gets stronger? I don't know. You haven't really worked out the bird at all. See, there's a thing here. Oh wait, this is the thing that has the revenge stuff. Why is that thing so difficult to get? Okay, I avenged somebody and I got stuff. That's lovely. I need a stronger weapon. Like, this feels weak. Oh wait, we got a triangle. Alright, cool. Got that one as well.
Victory is in sight. Charge!
There is a chest here. That's it. Like, maybe we do have better weapons out here. Chivalrous, swordsman dual swords? Don't think that's necessarily better. Maybe I'm meant to go back to the blacksmith. Alright, I saw some doors. Is this openable? It is.
The yellow turbans have plunged the land into yet deeper turmoil. We soldiers now have these fiendish demons to contend with. And meanwhile, those we fight to protect are suffering unimaginably.
The avenge system in this game is interesting. Like, it has this system where people in this game, like who have played this game, have died to certain enemies and you can avenge them. kind of weird. Yep. I need to go bathroom. What? Oh, I thought I got the stealth on. Are you talking about the Avenge system? That was a weird rat. Why would it send messages? Anything in here?
Wait. Carefully, and you should find something around
Ow. Yeah, like someone shooting at me. Okay, look carefully and I should find something around here. What does he mean? Around where? I don't think any doors is openable. Maybe something here? This is where we came from? Yeah. Oh wait, there's a ladder here. Should probably kick that down. Just in case. I really am just gonna speed through anything that is menu. And the game knows it too, because it gives you the option. You can be like, you can push one button to select all low level stuff and then sell it. So I am a bit like, why even have, like, why are you even able to loot level items to begin with then? Isn't it just a time waster? Instead of picking up a low level weapon, why can't we just pick up, like, more of that key stuff? Yeah, it makes it feel like a loot thing. Yeah, just a thought. Oh, there's something up there. How do I get there? Oh no, there's a ladder. You get there from the other way, I think. I guess we get there eventually. Oh, I missed. No, and then he howled. Oh shit. That hurts. Oh, I wasn't even aiming on it. Why would you make me hydrate? No! I am trying to get my next, checkpoint. Oh, I didn't block. Is there one here? Oh, this is where we start. I see. Okay. So I've taken the long way around. Alright, I'll go bathroom. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. Now I can relax. Oh, it's always so stressful when you need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, there's a chest here. Oh no, that's useful. Materials are useful, right? Ow! Mother, I forgot everything is respawned. Oh my god. Bloody hell. I have another hydrate? Oh, okay, 1 second. Oh, this is going well. Terrible. Okay. I forgot that everything respawned, so I just ran in. Ran in not even thinking about it. What if I have negative frames? Wait a second. If I do a big heavy move. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh dear.
A fine item. It now falls on you to become an equally fine warrior.
Fine items. I mean, I should look at it. Wait, I saw that, Fortnite teased a Taylor Swift skin. You listen to the second song of that album. So far out of the two, Fortnite's a better song. It's the second album.
spoils of this fight are yours. Do as you wish with them.
I might. I hope not. But they did tease it. Which I thought was interesting. Oh, the Tortured Poets Department. Yeah, it's one of the weakest ones. Fortnite would be better than Tortured Poets Department, maybe. Oh, all I have to do is play Fortnite? Got it. It was too long? Yeah, it's also a bit... This one was new. This was new. And Switch Mask is light. I wonder if it's better to get these. And then if we were to get, say, like a heavier armor piece. By the way, I don't need you guys to enjoy her music. That's not... I don't care. Not needed. Alright, I mean, that's better, I guess. But maybe the other one? I don't know. I hate all the item managing. It gets confusing. I really am just looking at the weights. I'm gonna look back up if it's blue. Because this one is 36, right? And if we were maybe to bring this one down a smidge. How do you find out what your total defense is? Is that a stat you have anywhere? Hey Batman, how do you use your knives and your pebbles and all that? Oh, titles. We don't need any of that. That's right, I have accessories. I've forgotten about this. culty. I like that blanket. Wait. I thought this was going to be the next boss room. I guess not. Alright, continuing on, I guess. I have these, like, number of Dragon Pot Cure Pot uses plus 1. But I don't know, is that something I level up, or is that something else? Divine Beats. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the resub, DJ. Oh, you can sell stuff from here. I don't have to go to the lady. So many buttons to click to get to Prime. They just don't want you to use it. I really don't. Deliveries? Oh. Why did I just get free stuff? Hello? What is all this stuff I just got? Is this like from the devs? This knight headpiece. What if it was like special effect details? Yes, we got a favorite and unlock that. This one is worse. It would be good to have equipments you can use for visual, you know? I swear Neo had that. From memory. Like, you can change the way items looked. There was like a... You can customize the way stuff looked. If anyone knows if that's in this, let me know. You reckon this well has anything in it, or is this just for visuals? Also on purple hair IRL. I've dyed my hair purple before. It washed out really quickly. I mean, I never did it again. It was like, I only did the bottom part. And I remember my dad was really annoyed about it. He was just like, that's not a natural hair color. And I was just like, why? I didn't think this would matter. Purple eye contacts? That's not worth it. Especially for someone who has dark eyes. What do they say when you entire hair? It was because it was purple that they didn't like it. These were the 2 new things that I got, and I don't know why. Let's drop. Yeah, when my whole head was blonde, I think it was fine. They didn't say anything. But he definitely said something when it was purple. I mean, there I was thinking, because I only dyed this part purple, I was thinking, man, it's really not that extra because it's only the bottom half. It didn't matter anyways, it lasted like 2 weeks max. It was like, 1 week it was purple and the next it turned red, pink, and then I realized it was just not working out. Yeah. I did go to the hairdresser and they fixed it for me with like free of charge. Cause it was like, why would you put like permanent color in my hair? And like you would full well know it's not gonna work. Would I ever go blonde again? Like, no, not in the plans. Things are a lot of effort. Dyeing your hair is one of them. I used to live a lot closer to my hairdresser as well, and now I'm not. I don't know where the next place I'm meant to go is. Because I feel like I went this way, unless I can jump. I can't jump that. Like, this game is making it feel like it's meant to be there. But you can't reach that. You know? You can't climb that high either. So I don't understand what the goal is. Triple jump? I would! A glider? No! If there's anything... Oh, sorry. I keep pressing X to speed up. So it's... You speed up going down, but you don't speed up going up. You jump off going up. Which is kind of troll. So that's where I came from. That side. Did you jump a lot in Horizon? It's hard to remember, honestly. I don't know. Probably didn't notice it being that much of an issue. I don't know, I honestly don't remember. This is where you start. Yeah, I remember I got this. Nothing up here. Maybe I am just meant to dash. Stop, that's not dashable. Yeah, I roll now. Am I too heavy? I am. God damn it. What did I put on? there a jump dash? No. The jump dashing is just that. Too heavy. Gotta go on a diet. Thanks. Oh my gosh! Maybe I go the other way. Maybe I go this way. Oh, ow. Oh, there's another guy. That's why I'm getting hit by. See, I was already here. I don't understand. Ow, that thing explodes. I don't remember that exploding last time. Damn it. My bond with Sun Jian has deepened. So if I get stuck in this game, my bond with them will deepen. Oh, maybe I haven't been here yet. But I definitely came from this side. I must have skipped all this. I don't know if there's a nearby... Yeah, I got that. A nearby thing. I am low. There's one down there. I think that's where I came from. Alright, we're gonna explore this little area here. Oh, wrong button. Nope. Why don't weird block is on L1 and you put like parry on circle. Ah, yes. Oh, I was trying to pick up that item. Well. Should deal with these hedgehogs first. This thing is 16. It's not higher. Ow. What's my thing? Oh, that's it. She'll deal with it. Ow. Not like this. I didn't deal with it. Yeah, art stream. Are you okay with me doing the corgi on stream, Fruit Loop? I'm gonna do this guy again. Alright. I did work on it this week. Oh, that hit me. Oh.
Now this is what I call a battle.
This hurts, man. Yeah, I've been standing up too, which is better. Why am I always on your F? I don't know.
It'll take more than that to
I
slay
think
a
your
tiger.
For You page
Your
thinks
strength.
I'm important for some reason. I'm sorry.
You've enabled me to keep on fighting, and fight I most certainly shall.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this tiger thing? Stress. I don't know what to do. The amount of times I've tried to parry his moves doesn't work. Maybe I have to block. Oh, thank you. I feel like you reluctantly did that. I do Souls-likes, Tekken, and then art. It's a bit varied, but that's what I do. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I do wonder that. I don't know if it's a live thing. It will keep showing you the same people, because there's probably not that many people who stream lives. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I haven't explored it enough myself. Alright, we're gonna get this guy eventually. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything that it's weak to. It says fire and... Oh, it already hit me. And I haven't done anything! Get out of this corner. Oh my gosh. Healing. Thank goodness healing is fast. I do feel for anyone if I'm like getting served to them unnecessarily. Constantly. Ouch.
It's not often I'm put on the back foot.
Oh, we got the knock back here. Ah, finally. The thing was rough. All they're getting is more div. I should, I haven't posted a video in ages. I gotta do that. Kind of forgotten. Work. Sometimes work has you busy. You know when you're busy and you just forget about all your other responsibilities? Yeah, it's gonna explode. No. Oh my god, I knew something was hitting me. Ow. That means... How do I get up there? In a reasonable manner. Oh my gosh! The climbing thing strikes again? When people get busy, that's when you know where their priorities lie. Yeah. Are you taking a jab at my streaming priority? I feel like a lot of adult life is trying to balance those. How do I get up there? You can't get up there from here. Oh, okay. No. No. It's gonna be a way to jump. Next time you respond 3 hours late, you know why. Well, sometimes, like, responding late to a message could just be you're out, in a way. The next big one is over there. I see. That's a bit far, isn't it? I didn't know I could do that, but it's interesting. It's why there is a university professor telling his students his family are the golf balls, the rocks are the friends, the sand is work, and the water is everything else. What? I think I get it. It's kind of a weird analogy, though. But what if family is not the golf balls? And is instead more the rocks. I was watching such a deep show, Cobra Kai, right? And in an episode, like, it really did bring up an important adult lesson from one of the characters, where it's just like, you know, sometimes your job is just the thing that you do so you can do all the other stuff you want. And the guy was like, ah. But I don't know, sometimes it's like, it's so simple, but it's true. I feel like when you go to school and then you go to uni, it's such like a, like, oh, you really gotta focus on your career. But man, sometimes the job is just the thing that you have to do so you can do all the other things. Oh shoot, I did not fuck that. You don't like it when things hit too hard? What do you mean? Like in terms of meanings? They're the same guy.
Commandant Chow and I are alike in that we've remained loyal to the Imperial Court while lamenting what it's become. In fact, his devotion may exceed even mine. His strategic noose and
I'm gonna do this tiger thing again.
Are next to none. It would be a terrifying prospect to have to face him as an opposing general.
Oh, there's a shaman here. I didn't realize. Oh, shoot. Oh, those are some highly rated swords. Alright. Now we can get that tiger thing. It sounds like the "she's broken, he's okay" meme. She's broken, he's okay meme.
Warrior spirit gives me strength.
What am I focusing on? Oh, the hedgehog rat thing. I just don't know what meme we're referencing. I don't know. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Does that mean, did I get everything? Do you remember there was an item here that I just left for no reason? This leveling has gotten a lot more complex. Than the first few areas. Oh, I don't have enough. Yeah, that's fair. What if I get more? Because I reckon this next area is a boss area, potentially. Oh dear, got hit by all of them.
Take care with each step, or it may be your last.
How much did that give me? 1,000. Okay. Man, no, 2,000. Ooh, another guy here. I didn't realize. Ah, shoot. I thought I would land it. That was such a mistake. So risky. Just think I would hit that. Oh, I got him. Yep. You run back. How's Final Fantasy 16 going for you? Oh, is it 14? Sorry, did I say 16? I think he's talking about 14. Yeah. Wait, yeah, 14. So confusing. Dragon Vein Essence. Improves the dragon cure pot and reinforces abilities to condense key. Oh, okay. So let's use that for sure. Seems like homework. I feel like playing games shouldn't feel like homework. This is how I feel about Tekken sometimes. Okay. What's in here? We got a lot of purples. I wonder. Deal with the shamans first. That was quick work. Just try to level up my weapons next time I see that blacksmith. Ow. I reckon I'm not doing that much damage. That's the thing I'm stuck on most for this game, is like the item managing and knowing how to maximize my equipment the most. I feel like I'm kind of just guessing. Yeah, I guess I do need to do homework for my game, you're right. It has like, it's one of those game systems where you need to look through all your loot and pick through what you want. And it's exhausting, honestly. Ooh, another dragon thingo. I think that gives me another healing pot. I need people to tell me what to do. Well, think about it. Like, all Dark Souls 2, I had someone telling me what to do. Now, I'm on my own. Eat the dragon veins and then continue onwards. I guess the cat is keeping you busy.
Now this is what I call a battle.
Right, no, it's in here. Here, this thing. Now we have 5. Wait, what? What's going on? heard something and I don't know what it was. The Oil of Awakening. What the hell is this? This game has, like... What are they called? I slew Ruffian Zalhong.
Thank you.
I didn't even know what that was. I guess that's what that sound was. It's one of those NPCs that come after you in Dark Souls. It seems. Oh, I should have done that.
Your warrior spirit gives me strength.
What are these tiger seals for? I haven't worked that out yet. I need to have a look. Nope. They broke. Oh no, there's a door. Seems that door can only be opened from the other side. Okay. Got it. Alright, let's go back. No attacking today. No, sorry, I feel like you said that message ages ago. Sorry! Not today. Oh, so focused. Okay, now I can level up. Oh, okay. I was worried. Sometimes you see like something in the corner of your eye and you think in your head, I need to check that, but then you don't. Yeah, no, we're playing way long. I do Tekken maybe about once a week. Otherwise it's too much. Yeah. Also, I don't get what was happening there either. In fairness. I don't know what this means. Have I played Neo? Yeah, I did. I played Neo 1 and 2. I liked it. That was very long. I don't know. I'm liking it. It is kind of like it has. You can tell it's the same devs, right? I think what's weird about this game in particular is like the simplicity of the environment and levels, if that makes sense. But sometimes, you know, I don't mind that. I think usually I complain about how frustrating environment is. How does it compare to Nero? I think Nero might be better. This one, you always seem to have an ally with you as well, and I don't really like that much. And it's funny, because that's why I didn't pick up Ronin, and then this one has the same thing. I thought it was funny. But other than that, the gameplay is fun. It's very Sekiro-esque in that where you're meant to kind of break their guard to do damage. So I like that. I think just because of the ally, sometimes I struggle with like understanding what's happening. it does have the issue with Neo where there's a lot of items you need to deal with. Not my favorite, but I knew that was gonna be in here. Yeah, that's your main focus in the game, is kind of how fluent the combat is. Yeah, I think it's like, the combat is like A+. I mean, everything else is kind of like a B and a C, you know what I mean? I think it's a similar thing with the Ronin feedback that I heard, like any reviews and stuff, that's what people have kind of said the same thing. Yeah, it's fun through. Yeah, maybe. I got this one instead of Ronin because it was cheaper. I guess because it's been out for a year, it was a lot cheaper. I thought that was an item. Oh, you're still fighting it. Alright, let's deal with these. Away from Tekken, yeah. So I normally do like one multiplayer game and one single player game to kind of I don't know, you need a single player game or something. It can't just be multiplayer game the whole time, I reckon, otherwise you get frustrated. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, I didn't even notice you. Ow. Feel like we're in the lead up to a battle, a fight, a big fight. Now,
It's not often I'm put on the back foot.
let's steal this guy quickly.
More than that to slay a tiger.
Oh no. Hang on, let's bring him back up.
You've
There we go.
ordered me to keep on fighting, and fight I most certainly shall.
Sometimes it's like Tekken, you're just getting knocked back again and again. It is kind of like that a bit.
You're a skilled warrior indeed.
I get a lot of stuff from that. I've been playing too much Tekken. You know when you start to apply other game mechanics to the other game you're playing? And you're like, quick, they're open, use this move. Like, I don't know. So we got these a while ago. And then we got this not long ago. Oh, it does have scaling. It's only E- on the fire, and that's the one that I've been leveling up. I should pay attention to those as well. I don't know what has good scaling. I've been using Polearm for now, and that is better scaling on B? You know, I have been leveling up B. This one has better scaling while I'm leveling up. I haven't even been using that. How do I change weapons again? I've forgotten. It's one of the reasons why I haven't. Oh, that's it. It's all in a circle. Alright, let's see what's in there.
Drink.
Okay, so there are these like
For there is no
balls that give people power. I assume it's at a cost. It's like demon balls.
prosperity for all.
Oh my god, is that the same guy? I think so. Ugh. Well,
So that's
he
Sun Jiao,
evolved.
eh? I shall stop this feverish demagogue here.
Oh. This looks like a big boss fight. Oh, okay. A lot of electric stuff.
Take more
Oh, I
than
didn't
that
want
to
that.
slay a tiger. Reckless aggression does not constitute valor. Stand aside.
Sun Jing is not gonna make it.
Had a moment of weakness. My apologies.
You indeed did not. Okay, I am trying to pick him up.
Thank you. Xuanjian will return the favor.
Aha, the parry.
The enemy is planning something.
They're planning something? No kidding.
Now this is what I call a battle.
Oh, I didn't parry that. Price is huge. Are you looking at the price of this game?
I've got left. Lost your wits.
I mistimed it again.
My strength
Oh, okay.
has failed me.
Huge difference? There we go. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. That didn't end there. Apparently. Okay, this might take me some time. I'm so glad the thing is right outside his door.
All right, let's get this done.
Let's try the other weapon and see if that makes much difference.
So that's Sun Jiao, eh? I shall stop his feverish demagogue here.
Yeah, I know. Demon Souls was the worst. I genuinely hated it. For that. I feel like if you're gonna make a boss battle really challenging, you shouldn't make people take half an hour to get to that. It's just infuriating. Especially if you get got within the first few seconds of the fight, which sometimes happens. That's even more frustrating. It doesn't value player's time, that's what it is.
More than that to slay a tiger.
Crab Souls, I honestly haven't even looked at it. I feel like I've seen that before. Or something similar. Oh, he's pushing me away. I see. Ow. Okay, look real
My
quick.
strength has failed me. You've enabled me to keep on fighting, and fight I most certainly shall.
I'm not blocking. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, okay. He's spitting something out. Imagine if Melina had a 5-minute run back. Like, you would need a patch in. A thing closer, I swear. That's right, thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate it. Now I could sleep. Oh, let's use my thing. Now's the time. I don't think I used it well, to be honest. I thought my thing was meant to... oh no. Help with the fight. Hey Iris. Hey Patrick. There was a boss fight. I can't remember which Dark Souls it was. If it was in 1, if it was in 3. I feel like it was a DLC or optional. But I remember it was in some kind of tunnel. And it was a difficult boss fight. And it took, I feel like 5 minutes to get there. And I was ranting about it the whole time. I could not handle how long it took for me to get to this boss. I don't know which boss it was called anymore. But I remember hating it. How to be memorable. Give you like a really long run back. I think that's the only downside to having a quick run back is that some bosses won't be memorable. Did I say hi to Patrick? I like there's a fair bit to their toys. I did, okay, good. Sometimes when I'm in the middle of talking. I'm worried I missed stuff.
Now this is what I call a battle.
Ow.
I don't know how much more I've got left. My strength has failed me.
Oh shoot, did I get grabs? No, I didn't. Where is he?
You've enabled me to
Get
keep
out
on
of that.
and fight. I most certainly
Ow.
shall.
Alright, we're healing. Okay, here we go. I fucking... yeah, it takes your time. I reckon I use that move more on this guy because it seems to do a lot. See, now that's doing a lot. I must have missed it last time. Oh, we got it. Nice. That wasn't as hard as I thought it was gonna be.
You fought magnificently. I'll need to take care not to be overshadowed. The
Charlemagne.
glory of this victory
It's a
is all yours
CH,
this time.
not an SH.
Who is this strange person?
It's just the villain. The overarching villain in the whole story.
What a foul aura.
Indeed. You ever meet someone and then later you're just like, oh,
You
what
do
a
not
foul
fear this
aura.
tree. You are wasted as a militia soldier.
What do you mean to say?
The Swan clan's strength rivals even that of a ferocious tiger. Our descendants are destined to establish their own dominance one day. But before that, we will have to deal with that malicious Chi, who will cut through the darkness that engulfs this world. Will it be I, or perhaps it will be you, my worthy rival?
And we got a tiger now. I'm collecting them. It's like Pokemon.
Commandant Chow must be told what happened here. I must make haste.
This chaos, is it all his fault? I need to let the Master know, right away. Will you join me?
Obtain Bahu's Jade through swearing an oath. And now we got even more rewards. All these rewards! I want less of them.
The stars illuminating the night sky tell us all about our fates. The star of Zhang Zhao, the leader of the Yellow Turban Rebellion that upturned our world, was extinguished along with his life. But war is not so easy to quell, and the stench of death yet rises from the earth. The source of destruction stems from the greed of the very men who swore to protect the land. And so, our brave heroes must stand once more against injustice.
Back at last, Hongjing. Zuo Tzu was worried, you know?
It's not every day we get a visitor.
Yes, I know. But there's no time to explain now, sorry. Master! Master!
Demon showed up on the mountain. He went to find out what's going on.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm very worried. But we need to prepare properly if we're going up the mountain.
Where are we now? The following feature under battle preparations being unlocked. Battle set. Oh, now we can invade! Interesting. Surely not that many people are still playing this game. This isn't Dark Souls 2. That's what was really insane. I don't know if any of these are important. No, this is like a self buff. Okay, date of obtention. So we got this, this. This one's apparently better. Just not an attack bonus. Hey yo. Oh, thanks. How's doing? Just gonna be able to deal with all the item stuff. Quick, let me do my homework. Okay, this one is 1 point better, kinda. So I've been trying to keep myself under, like, in the greens for white wires. These talismans barely have anything. It's such a struggle to understand if they're any good at using. It's like, oh, you get 3% of this. I don't know. You love this game? Did you play through it? This game still has me confused with all the item stuff currently. That's nice. What a nice little area. Can you go this way? You can. Oh, oh no, am I stuck? No. Just wonder if there's anything around here.
Have you seen my husband?
Is this a side mission?
Oh, you needn't worry about me. Well, so, my husband has disappeared a long time ago, might I add. I've scoured every corner.
Maybe it is a side mission.
Yet, I've nothing to show for it. I think I'd have to reach beyond the village walls to have any hope. I've scoured every I think I'd have to reach...
Interesting. Maybe we'll be able to find her husband. Beyond the village walls.
You. Aren't you the militia soldier from outside? Nice to meet you. Oh, I bet you're wondering what all this is. These, I've already finished reading through.
Are
I
they
know I'm
books?
making a mess of myself, but I'm not about to stop now.
Higher stores.
So, you go... Did you ever pick up tablets with writing inscribed on them?
I don't think I
If
do.
you do, I'd appreciate if you would bring them my way.
Oh. Let's see.
Ah, yes, I see.
Maybe I did have something for them.
Whoa, thank you. That was an interesting read. Hurry back if you find more. Hong Jing's one of
Does
the
she give me
finest
anything in return,
talents
though?
here these days. It's no wonder Master trusts her so. Hong
Is this the
Jing's
final
one of the
castle? No.
finest- It's no wonder Master.
I don't even know what the final castle is. We're near about the start of the game. Thereabouts. This is my second stream of it. Oh, are you trying to use a pickup line?
Where is that key?
Are you talking about the game? I'm like, I don't know, maybe the ending ends at a
Where am
castle.
I going to sleep? If I had to guess, it was probably when... It's only a guess, though. If I had... It's only
Okay.
a guess.
Seems locked and cannot be opened. Interesting. I didn't think there would be NPCs to talk to. It seems like there's an item over there that I cannot reach. Maybe I have to do her quest and then I can go in there. Just straight facts, alright. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I did say I wanted to level up my weapons.
Welcome. It's been wonderful here. No bloodthirst. As a result, I'm making.
Okay, so now this is where she saves. I wonder if this is now we're gonna keep coming back to this area. It does feel like that. Greed, yeah. Hopefully that's a lot better. Just redeem me to hydrate again. Alright, let's go. Okay, not this way. I actually don't know which way to go. I think it's probably here. Am I meant to talk to somebody?
Mount Tianjushan awaits us on the other side. Ready?
Oh, okay. There we go. Head to Mount... Yes. Mount Thingo. I'm gotta stay hydrated so I can go to the bathroom.
We have to find my master. We'd best head for the summit. Don't worry, I know the mountain like the back of my hand.
Which way am I going? I don't know which way forward is. I mean, that's quite honestly. Can you break us? Yes, okay, that explains it. Is that not what we're after? Palm Jing has no levels. Is that not... Or is that how they all start? Maybe that is how they all start. A decorative knot. Great. I just don't understand Hazel. Oh wait, this person... This thing is weak against this one, right? Ow. Wrong one. Yeah. I can't use triangle there. Okay. Guess the rock was in the way, I don't know. That was weird. Is this offline? Or I think I'm online. Are you trying to snipe me? Just please don't. I haven't changed any settings. Sometimes my PS5 loses connection to the internet though.
Looks like you're in danger.
Oh, I missed.
I'll take over.
Oh, frick. Oh my gosh. I keep getting those things explode sometimes. I don't know if I missed anything. I kind of did breeze through all that. Feels like I missed stuff because this thing hasn't been fought yet. Can you play it offline, or do you need help from others to beat bosses? I assume you can play it offline, yeah. So the online thing is like, I don't know if you've played Dark Souls. See these? These are like, other people have died or something here, and you can offer like something to get more bonuses. See how oh, you can't see it because I'm covering it now, but it says like avenged, you know, like I avenged someone in the corner. And I think you can invade people, like Dark Souls. So I think those are the online stuff you have. But I don't know if this game has co-op. Like, maybe it does. But yeah, I think that's what the online stuff is. It's just like an enhanced experience. And this ally that I have, that's an NPC. It has like story-based NPCs, if that makes sense. And you can pick who you want. I think. Yeah, that's where we started. Right? These things are... I don't know if they explode once they start flaming like that, maybe? Oh, okay. Bye, I guess. Oh, okay, multiple hedgehogs? Not fun. Oh no, now we got multiple things.
Tougher than I thought they'd be. This is bad. I can't fight like this. I'm sorry. Thanks. I won't make the same mistake again.
Oh, I hope not.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out? No. I'm not done yet. Please. Help
Oh,
me.
she's down again? Man, she needs some leveling up. Unbelievable. Ow. Yeah. I think we ran into that too quickly. Need to take them one at a time. Do I go back this way? I think this was the way that it was. Ow. I didn't know if I had a range attack. Oh, I'd have to deal with all these guys again if I want to go back up there. God damn it.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
This area is a bit tough.
Allow me to assist you.
You could potentially give this area a skip. coming after me. Ow. You have Game Pass? I do not. I do not believe in paying a monthly subscription for a game service when I do not have time to do that. Yeah. Oh my gosh, seriously. These tigers are insane. Me too. Yeah, that's literally like, I have no purpose to have a Game Pass. Damn it. The area's been hard. But it's just nice and green. Like, I cleared all this stuff fine the first time around. Let it go. Alright.
Leave this to me. I'll hold nothing back. You should know your limits. Get back.
I should know my limits. Why is she not doing anything? Is that his specialty? Staying in the sidelines? While I get wrecked? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Change the way I play, I think. Maybe if I stealth it, who knows? Did that work? When's this smite happening? Oh my gosh, my one smite view. I might stream it next week. I think there's gonna be the alpha's gonna be streamable. The thing is, I don't think there'll be an OC server, so I don't know how that's gonna go. Oh my gosh, I am trying to run away. Finally. That thing was hard. The game sucks, to be honest. What do you mean? You saying this might suck? Wow. Not my beloved smite. Did anyone see the Starforge smite PC build? There are too many of these. Only because OC is filled with fine okay? What? Fine okay?
Please, help me. With you here, I guess there's nothing to
Oh
worry
my
about.
gosh. I don't know if I can do this area. Who's gonna buy that? Fine okay. Fine OK's not in the... Fine OK's a pro. Why would he be playing in OCE? Oh, you know about Zutra? Interesting. You're from... OCE? You know about Wax? Oh my god, he's not. No, you're confusing me. I don't know, I'm like, since when is this fine? I can't play OCE. What? Who's gonna buy that? I honestly would have considered it if we could get it. The Starforge is a US thing. I would totally get that case. I need a new computer. Oh, fine, okay, tier players is what you meant. Oh, right, okay. I see. You're saying people are tryhards. Yes. Or like people are really good in the game. Yeah, because the server's really small, so you only have people who are, like, everyone's being competitive type of thing. The only people who play are people who play well type of thing. Yeah, it's the same people that's been playing the game for years and years, yeah. I totally understand that sentiment. But you have people that are casuals. You have people like me. I don't know if I can I just skip these tigers? I'm gonna start doing that. I'm giving up on the tigers. I don't know how that's gonna go for me. There is a thing over here. Yeah. Is this Sekiro? No, it's called Wo Long. It does have Sekiro, elements to it. It's the same devs as the devs that made Neo. If you ever heard of that one.
No, I'm not done yet.
Ah, no, you can't do it until you've, like, defeated them all. God damn it. This area is hard. Like, these tiger things are insane. Maybe I gotta change weapons. Oh. Oh no, we have two. Oh no. I ran into two. I think I have to... Oh man.
Allow me to assist you.
Yeah, I'm struggling the same. I just wanted to get that thing, but I don't know if I can. Oh shoot. This is probably the most challenging this game has been. Where's Yada? Surely running OCU right now. He's... He's playing Final Fantasy 14. Hey, Illuminated Glow. That's what he's been playing lately. He only really plays Smite when ranked is popping. Now I'm just gonna use my block button. Maybe that might help me with survivability. Oh, it's Final Fantasy 14 isn't turn-based, it's an MMO. Turn-based games go blue. Maybe for some people, not for me. Oh no, I missed. Oh my goodness.
Oh dear. They're tougher than I thought they'd be.
Yeah, they are.
Like this. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's still going. Okay.
With you here, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Dude. This enemy is like oh, maybe I have to move on. I just don't know if I'll ever come back here. It's not a game you really come back to areas. Is parrying the go? Yeah, parrying is, yeah. See, that there was a parry. It's kind of hard to visually recognize it though. It's taken me a while. I do prefer parry mechanics to dodging. Yeah. I know, at least this forest is pretty, despite me suffering.
Than I thought they'd be.
Bloody hell. These guys are ridiculous. She keeps up parrying. Yeah, I know. It's yeah. Usually, I'm terrible at the start of the game, and then it gets better as you get used to it. But I found that I enjoy parrying because it makes you a little bit more engaged in the fight. Keen for Shadow of Erdtree? I think so. I am planning on playing that. I want to finish this game before Shadow of Erdtree. Essentially, that's been my plan. I'm going to play this and I'm going to play Shadow of Erdtree. You just woke up from a nap, made some popcorn, and now you need a tip to give you some good entertainment. For the past half an hour, it's just been this. Alright, I guess. Put stealth damage on it.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Helping you out.
Help me.
Oh, why did you have to go all the way over there? Because that's where the other one is.
Thanks. I won't make the same mistake again. Oh dear. They're tougher than I thought they'd be. This is bad.
Okay, we got that one. Lovely. Ah! How does she heal? Does she heal on her own? Because I kind of need her to be a bit more healthy here. Is this a summary game? No, it's not. It does have, Guan Yu, and a few other characters that people might recognize. Okay, now I gotta deal with this other tiger. No. That's a legit standalone game. It's called Wukong. Yeah, it is. I don't think it's out yet. I'm kind of waiting on it. I'm curious about it. Have my eye on it. Great. Now I have all these hedgehogs and a tiger.
I'm sorry.
Honestly. I'm about to get speed.
I won't make the same mistake again.
You better not. Oh, it's chasing me. I am so screwed. Am I? Are we getting it? What is it, Sonic? The Hedgehog, it is! Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I did it, guys. That was hard. That was a hard area. We did it. We got this thing. Kind of huge. Alright, lovely. That's interesting. So you get these points, right? And then I think the enemies around that immediate, immediate area stop spawning. That was a pain. Like, I want to level up before we move on. Witch's robes. You get a lot of elemental defense on that one, and then that's it. Oh, did I get another Crimson Knight headpiece? Interesting. Alright, let's... I probably get enough to level up. I think I only need about 13,000. Holy. Oh, there's another one. You cannot get away from them. I already have enough, actually. Let's move out. So I've been doing green and red and brown. Whatever they are. That's what they're called. Alright, I think we go this way. Seems like the way. Oh, hello, another one. Ow. This thing's also going to explode. Sekiro run might be in order. I've not played Sekiro in years. But all I remember is the end boss, because that took me a long time. I remember the end boss took me 2 weeks or something for me to get. Yeah. In my defense, I was sick. I was sick, but I was determined to do it. I might have to do this thing again. Oh, what about Melina? She was okay. I can't remember if I did her in 1 stream or 2. But I think I had... She took me 131 deaths. I never counted that much. I had the... You know those ashes or something? The bells? What was it? I had Tish. Not the bells. What was it bells? Like 3 streams. Oh, it was 3 streams? Oh, okay. Yeah, I just remember it not being too bad. It wasn't the worst. She was up there. But the last boss of Sekiro was the worst. Because that's 3 bosses in a row that you literally had to perfect. It was so exhausting. Well, it's good because Melina had her thing was right outside. The bonfire or whatever it was called. I don't know what it was called. Okay. How do you get up there on these rocks? It's too high. Oh, maybe from the other side. Yeah. Oh. It's called Grace, that's it. I forgot. I'm gonna have to return to it too. I was thinking I should probably check to see what I need to do in Elden Ring to play the DLC and make sure I have everything. Gotta go to Mog. Yeah, I should also make sure I have my save file as well. Whatever it is that I need. I should double check. People are saying it's a new scale system, so you aren't going into an OP. Oh. I definitely am not OP, I don't think. I have a pretty regular build. I can't remember what... I thought I saw an item here from the distance. I guess it was just a flower. Yeah, pretty regular build, and I don't think I was over leveled. Oh, the thing. There would be a panda here. Of course. Let's drop something. Hello, what's in the hat? Studying maths today? You cheese with arcane big bleed. I'm pretty sure I just did mostly a... Oh, hang on, no. I think it was a dex build. I had a katana or something. It was a moon veil. That's it. I was remembering the word moon, but I couldn't remember what it was called. It was a moon veil. Yeah, I had a moon veil.
Master would get furious and I'd hide in the bamboo wood. And then my brother would always come to find me. But never mind that. We should get moving.
That's a thing here. A dex int build, yeah. Z and T statistics. I hated statistics when I did maths. That was like my least favorite. Is this Sekiro? No. It does have similar mechanics to Sekiro, the gameplay mechanics.
This is bad. Just look at the state of this.
Yeah, I don't know what to think of it, to be honest. Is this a bad state? Something's gonna come out here, because that thing is covered. Which means I need to buy something. There it is. Oh my god. It's a- what is that? Why is this like a half a giant croc?
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
I'm trying. There we go, I think. Now we can raise the flag. You did VCal math.
We broke the enemy's formation.
I don't even know what that is. It's not a crocodile, just a crocodile. It was weird, it had only 2 front legs. It kind of reminded me of that frog for some reason in Dark Souls 2. You counted blocks, basically, Lego blocks. Is my PlayStation making noise again?
We use these for our training. When I was a kid, I often left them splayed about just like this.
Oh, we got another note. Okay, now I can go to that lady who reads all these things. Ooh, yes, we eat those. Oh, it was the lowest mass available to year 11 and 12. Okay, right. I did mathematics, which was advanced maths. Like, that's what it used to be called. And that was it. I didn't do the, because you could do, like, the higher levels of the maths as well, but I didn't need them. I feel like maths was one of my favorite subjects. A lot of parkour in this area. I just noticed there's an item down there. Let's see if I can go get it. Oh, there's another one here. Okay. Now I think we've gone at loop. I don't really know what border chewing the area means. Oh, we got the house key now. I think I know what that's for. Gotta remember that when we go back to the village. We gotta go to the book lady and the house that has a locked door. Oh, this looks like something, doesn't it? I wonder if I can level up before we continue. I don't know, there was not a lot of enemies. Let me restart it and see if we get a lot of enemies coming out. Surely there's gotta be something, right? Probably down here. You remember when you were a kid and played these type of games, you didn't have a clue because your English was poo? Yeah, no, I was the same. When I played, one of my first games was Pokemon Silver. And let me tell you that I didn't understand you could save your game for the longest time. I would still play it, but I would essentially just keep replaying the starting area. Yeah, I forgot to press circle. But that's like, cause like you're a kid, you don't know. You could save the game.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
I remember I had also Bug's Life. On the PlayStation. I never got out of the tutorial area. I was not smart enough to understand what they were telling me to do. That was you on the first Halo. You started that game 1,000 times, yeah. I also I was scared of, and it's funny now because now all I play is Souls-like, but I was scared of dying. I was scared of playing a game and having like game over or you died or whatever. And so I would essentially pick a level and play the same thing over and over again. That was the wrong button.
That could make a big difference.
Yellow Turban Champion footwear. Oh. We almost have enough to level up. You would get asked to do something you didn't understand. You type it in Google Translate. Oh. Oh. You know, it's another thing I realized too, because I have played some retro games in the past few years. Retro games did not have subtitles. Like, they would be telling you the instructions. And I'm someone who can't hear very well. And it's such a detriment to me. Like, it literally takes out all enjoyment.
I can't fight like this. I'm sorry. With you here, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Here we go. Let's level up. I'm gonna do the next area. Oh, how do we get up there? There's an item. Never mind. I'm gonna scale it.
That could come in handy. Let's take
Nameless warrior footwear. I got a few of those, huh? You played the OG Dooms as a kid. 2D. You don't care. It was scary. It was. Oh, these are really good, actually. Oh, I think I know this one first. Oh, yeah. What good pants. These aren't that good. Okay. Talking about should probably get to the ship running around for 20 minutes. Should probably get to the ship. I don't care. We're in a rush. We should probably do this. We need to save the world. Hurry up. Get to it. Used to think Easter eggs were literally eggs in games. That's funny. I also didn't understand the term Easter eggs for a long time. I'd be like, Easter eggs? Huh? It's like, yeah, you would think it's like an egg or something. No. If only people were straightforward. What's that? What's it grab onto? I love eating those. Yeah, I used to think it was little eggs too when I was a kid. Oh, that's terrifying looking. Oh gosh. Ugh. Did they just make the biggest abomination I've ever seen in my life? What is that? Like, I think this might take the cake over anything I've ever versed. I'm like, what is it? Oh dear. The abomination probably has feelings. It's a demon. What are you talking about?
You should know your limits.
I should know my limits, thank you. Why is she always scolding me? Honestly. Don't appreciate it. Pepper has transformed and come back with tentacles. Yeah. Tentacles and a sucky thing, and it has like a skeleton head. I want to say that skeleton head isn't its actual head. Wait. Oh, I'm out of health. Okay. This might take me a while. You might. Seed. This one is a bit further away. We have 40 minutes. 40 minutes to complete this abomination. These spicy crunch, this game looks cool. I think it is on the most part, yeah. People like this game didn't get a lot of attention when it came out.
I'll take over. I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
Aha, I parried. That's what you gotta do. I'm gonna have to start working on my blocks and my parry. Alright, come on. Don't take all day. Oh my gosh, took all day. That was my one opportunity.
Oh dear. They're tougher than I thought they'd
No,
be.
no. It doesn't look crazy fun. If you don't like the parry system, it wouldn't be your type of thing. Like, if you prefer dodging
This is bad.
or magic using, I guess not. There is magic in this though. I don't know how good it is, like if you were to focus on it. Is that the moment?
Thanks. I won't make the same mistake again.
Where's my mom's spaghetti? Oh shoot. Okay, this is gonna take me a while. Roll, roll, roll! It somehow reminds me of the Sekiro boss. It's just a ball with horns lit on fire. Ah, yeah. I think I know what you mean. But more demented. What in the spawn of hell is that? That's what. I mean, that's not exactly what I said, but I did think it was. I called it an abomination. The biggest abomination I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anything crazier. H count. When we get to 100, the H will disappear. And they'll just say count. Oh wait, I was meant to rename it, wasn't I? To what it's actually called. Didn't parry it. I gotta work on the parry timings. And when I should block. There we go, we got it.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
I am.
This is bad. Please.
There we go.
Help me. With you here, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
She does not live for long.
Oh dear.
Oh no, I mistimed it. It's all I have. That's it. I'm barely getting anything. Why is this chick using Ra once? Literally. Crushing defeat, that's it. You call it crushing defeat. This is getting you traumatic Bloodborne memories. It is very Bloodborne-esque in the hair. Put a skelly head. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I wonder if the algorithm will pick that up. It's honestly probably better than what I have.
Looks like you're in danger. I'll take over.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I might change that. That would probably look better. Why didn't I think of that before? Why didn't I think of it just a picture? A symbol. It's like I'm a graphic designer, but I forget. This one scary goat cow. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what it is. This is gonna take me a few goes, I reckon. I reckon 50 goes. That's my guess, guys. We need to make it that orange bar orange. I don't design graphics. I don't.
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
What do I do then? Ooh. Oh, ow.
This is bad.
She simply does not live.
Thanks.
Maybe if I was to go behind, do you think? No, I don't think it'll let me.
Than I thought they'd be. You should know your limits. Get back.
Oh. My NPC interrupted that move. I'm a Woolies checkout chick who streams on the weekend. Sure. No!
I can't fight like this. I'm sorry.
Really gotta time it right. This is hard. It's hard because it's, you can't bring down that orange bar very fast.
Allow me to assist you.
Stories, checkout chick. I wouldn't mind doing that for a small period of time, honestly. Mad Harry, and that's why they're mad. Oh, did I do it? I think I did it. Okay. Dang it. It's annoying when you jump in and you instantly get hit. Ow. It's a trigger word? Oh, I'm sorry. It's offensive, guys. Ooh, okay. Oh my god, look at him go crazy. What the hell? Guys. Oh. Oh, we got one. Hey, Wuxter. Welcome. Welcome to the official stream.
Oh dear. They're tougher than I thought they'd be.
That was weird.
I can't fight like this. I'm sorry.
Okay, I decided to turn around. Yeah, keep running, keep running. Aid. Alright, great.
Thanks. I won't make the same mistake again.
Okay, I got the parry there. Alright, we got another one there. Don't sound too excited. No! I shouldn't have stood so close. Oh my gosh. Did it just pass me through?
I'm in a bit of trouble here. Could you help me out?
Question mark?
I'm not done yet. I don't think I can go on.
Oh, I didn't realize! Oh my gosh. It does pass you through, I swear. I swear it's passing you through its body. Oh, that was a good round. Didn't get to it though. Alright. It's a yak! Oh my god, that's a good read. Yeah, I was doing well. And then it started grabbing me with its... I don't know what it is, it's sucker. Okay. Protein shake bottle? Is that what that is? It's water. It's a yak and an octopus thrown into a blender. Oh. My poise has been broken. Ow. Okay, not the stabs.
This is bad.
Uh-oh.
Please, help me.
No help is possible. She's even got a BBL sign in the back. Is that what that? BBL. What the hell?
Allow me to assist you.
Oh, my hand like a shield. This is gonna take me all night. You guys are gonna get bored. I'm sorry. I have, like, taken all night on some bosses. Ow. Okay, I gotta not dodge to the side. I think. Probably heal here. Ah, she wasn't. It wasn't hitting me. Okay, hit me there. Oh dear. Okay, we got one. What the hell is that? That's new. How's that I almost beaten it before? Don't be too keen. Is she gone already? Yeah, she is.
Thanks. I won't make the same mistake again.
Oh, wrong one. God damn it. Where am I?
Looks like you're in danger. I'll take over.
The amount of times I try to use the healing thing.
This is bad.
Oh. No! Wait, oh, I got him. Okay, thank God. I thought he got me, but I actually buried it. Ah! That stressed me out.
Victory. A new road to the future opens.
We did it. Alright, now where do I go? Holly, wait. I should thought I lost it. Who's that? They're just flying in?
Thank you for the help.
You're welcome. Oh, we'll do a hot dance. Okay, 1 second after the cutscene. I should change my animal because I don't think my animal is that useful. I think what happens is it releases like an AoE, and I think it does damage in that AoE, and that's it.
Which chi flows are known as elixir fields. Depending on its application, chi can convert to either a genuine state or a demonic one. We hermits of Tianzhu, dwelling far from prying eyes in the mountains, harness genuine chi to wield wizardly spells. We have tracked the course of man's destiny for countless ages. Yet we have now entered a time of ceaseless war that has flooded the land with demonic chi, and even allowed vile demons to roam unchecked. Fate intended for us to meet here. So I ask you, will you help me hunt down those responsible for this plague of demonic chi? Your chi is what will restore light to this age of darkness. Even Vice has taken a liking to you, it seems.
See you later. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good study sesh. My chi is growing.
I never imagined I'd see this mountain overrun with demons. It goes to show that the demonic chi is still rife.
Master! You shouldn't overexert yourself.
Hearing you say that really makes me wish I was young again. Ah, I take it you have new information? Let's return post-haste.
I can't do the hot dance
That
yet.
explains why the yellow turbans had been infused with demonic chi.
This game is kawaii, kind of. It reminded me of
This reminds me of something.
Code Vein for a second, in that it has an ally as well, like it has an NPC with you.
Around. Here. Here we are.
We're so tall and manly. I know, I didn't realize that's such a tall character.
Elixir is formed of chi.
I think I just didn't want to actually make a character that looked young.
Quantity is needed. A quantity near impossible to gather without a huge loss of life, such as that which is caused by war or disaster. Gathering it also requires a vessel, an elixir field housed within a human. But not just any. Only the elixir field of a descendant of a lineage blessed by dragons may prove sufficient. I think
Comes the stranger thing?
conclude that the genuine elixir is connected to the current disturbances.
Master, have you any idea who the Taoist atop the dragon was?
There are more than a few Taoists who wouldn't flinch at such foul things. But to find out who it is, we may simply need to track down the source of demonic chi.
Then our next destination is...
The capital. There's a high official in Luoyang, regarding whom there are countless unsettling rumors.
Let's set off.
You must be careful. And keep an eye on Hongjin. She has a reckless side. Perhaps it runs in the family. Oh.
Yes, it's me, Reckless. Alright. We can move on. Okay, alright. Alright. When people redeem a hot dance, that's what I do. That's what's happening. Well, I don't want to look upset. Ain't too cute to kill. Talking to Zuchi, I don't know how to say it, in the Hidden Village will give you access to various functions. Reset parameters, review your own abilities, and adjust allocations. Accolade reward. Exchange your accolades and return for goods and other rewards. Character creation. Change your appearance. Oh, now we can change our appearance. I was thinking about changing my hair, actually. I don't know about the color so much, but more like the style. This guy does the character creation stuff. Yeah, I was thinking in hairstyle. Is it reset? No, it's still there. Can I zoom out? Okay. Alright. It's just like, I feel like it's, I don't know, too dainty or something. I don't know. Oh, that's cool. Me talking about dainty. I like pigtails. I can't wear pigtails. It doesn't suit me, which sucks. I don't like the side. No, we cannot. It's not, my hair isn't quick to put up. It's quite naughty. So I'm probably just gonna do like bunch of item stuff and talking to NPCs now. This one's weird. Like, what's that on the side of the hair? I don't mind the bun. I don't know about this one. I don't think the color suits it. Pigtails? Yeah, like two hair things like that. I don't mind messy, like short bob. Or this one. Show me for ref? No. Why do you guys want me to show you my hair in pigtails? It just doesn't suit me. Just believe me. I don't know what's happening with this hair here. It's kind of weird. Like it's layered odd. I don't mind the bun ones. Let's just keep that for now. I guess these are also kind of pigtails. The low pony. This is what I had for Neo 2. You're very short and messy? Okay. I remember this being similar to what I have for Neo 2. I don't know, this reminds me of like, Dragon Ball Z or something. Oh my god. Slicked back. Yeah, the side pony is nice. Now, this short and messy or this short and messy? Do we have preferences? I think we're looking at this one. Yeah, I like this one better than this one, to be fair. That one or that one. I wanted a haircut that suits her stature more. Do you wish to proceed? No. How do I save it? Finalize. Yes. I guess I could always make it shorter. But I wasn't fussed about that. Reina? Reina. Alright. I guess we'll see. I might end up hating it later, and maybe I might go to the side pony one. I do like the side pony. And I wonder if that's because that's how I played Neo 2, so it's something familiar. But I had dark red hair in that one. Anyways, let's go. I don't know if I like it from the back. I like it from the front. You can CC and whatever. CC crowd control? Oh, character creation. Yeah. That wasn't like... Yeah, there's a robust character creation. Since I reached CC, I think crowd control. Sorry. Oh, let's see what the other one looks like from the back.
Something you wanna ask?
Yeah, character creation things, thank you. Very important. This is such important stuff. I like it from the front, but not the back. I don't know. It's too layered. Alright. That's my brain, literally.
Don't ever forget the value of your life.
Alright, that might be better. There we go. So let's go to that house with the... Yeah, my throat's like dry. There's a lady that reads, right? This lady. I had one for her.
Yes, I see. Thank you.
There are a
That was
bunch
an
of weapons,
interesting
yeah.
read. Hurry back if you find more.
So far, I've been enjoying this one that I'm currently using, but there's swords, there's dual swords, spears, skimtar, sabers, what else? Cudgel. There's even a halberd. But yeah, there's a fair amount of stuff. I mean, kind of, you know how in earlier levels, it's not as important to have a really good weapon. What's this? Iron Septum. No, is that on the other one? Looks like it's on the other one. Maybe it's slow or something. Doesn't seem that slow. But I don't like the way it only goes up and down. Same speed. This is more of a slash and the other one was more of like an up and down. Interesting. Yep. I was using... I think this one, but I don't think it's very good. Okay, let's move on. I don't like having to mess around with all the items. Oh, don't have the key for that?
Hey,
Maybe she has it. Oh, okay.
That's it! My key! Thank you so much!
Oh, she has the side hair thing. The side pony.
You see, I also... Where did I put it?
Oh, is this not the key to the backyard? Oh my god. We got the key to a house, but not the backyard. Need another one. Does liking the live do anything for the stream? Yeah, it does. So talking in the chat, doing likes, followings, whatever, interaction actually promotes the stream in like feeds. If that makes sense. So it will mean like my stream will get pushed more to For You pages and that kind of stuff. Yeah. No idea. No, it helps. It helps. It brings more people in. I know like when the stream is more quiet, like no one's talking, And like, it happens, it's whatever. But when there's no one talking, no one's liking or anything like that, really, like, there will be times where no one will join the stream for like half an hour. But then if you get like one person and they start talking and liking, then people start coming in. It's really interesting. It's such a reactive platform. You need to actually have people talking in order to have it promoted. It's so weird. But yeah, I'm not gonna like, I don't want to pressure anyone to do anything there. I don't care. Do whatever you want. But that is what happens. If you're talking, if you're liking, then you're helping the stream get pushed to people. Yeah. I think there is, like, because you can keep spamming it, right? And I think eventually they will stop caring about the spam and it will stop, like, it won't keep helping. But yeah. Going up. Is it constantly coming up? I used to have it with it. I used to have like the picture over my face. And then I realized sometimes if people had like a weird picture, it would just be like, I don't know, a weird picture over my face. So I had to change that. Oh wait, oh no, I don't think that would.
Stomach's growling.
You know what, to help this stream, you'll now list your person top 10 rocks. Yeah. It's weird how like the two different platforms work totally different. They really do. Because that one is such a reactive platform, it really depends on like what's happening in stream. If people are talking, that's how you get more people to come in. Whereas the other platform is more like consistency, building the community, like a strong foundation. And then like, you really need other social media to bring people in. Otherwise it's just not working. Yeah. I had like... I'm trying to say things without like saying too much. But it's like, you know how there is a front page back, what is it called? Not backlog? Like, people who end up on the front page of the website, right? For the OCE, there is like a backfill, that's what it is. There's a front page backfill. And I found that when I was on backfill, it was actually a lot of, what's the word? A lot of exposure for the stream. You did bring in a fair few people. Not like a lot, like it's going to be a lot of empty viewers, but I did have people that would discover my stream that way. There was a lot of discoverability that way. But, like, without that, it's so hard. And I think people really don't, like, it's night and day. The difference is night and day, and people don't realize that. We're talking about the other stream. Do you want to take all that onto the talk? It's funny. You're like listing type of frogs that you like I would list my favorite Taylor Swift albums or something. Sorry, am I bouncing my knee? Sorry. I do that sometimes. You know, make it not account, that's fair. That's a lot of people. Oh wait, there's decorate. Decorate weapons and armor you own to change how they look. They do have it. I knew they would have it. Of course they would have it. So you can go here. I need decorate. It's exactly like Neo. So yeah, you can make your character look like how you want. What does the crimson pants look like? Did I get rid of them? Making you feel bad? No. Sometimes I do bounce my leg, and I don't know if it's like messes with the mic sometimes. It's not that bad though. I don't feel like doing this on stream, to be honest. I used to, when I streamed Neo, I would sit here off stream, customizing the way my character looked, managing all my items. Like, it was homework. It actually drove me insane how much you had to do. So I'm not gonna do it now. I don't know. African bullfrog? Interesting. Let's sell my
My
items.
stomach's growling. Guess I best go out and hunt.
Yeah. It's a job for another time. Favorite Ninja Turtle? The purple one. Is it not? Maybe I'll even like change the way my character looks again. I want to know what that Crimson Knight robe looks like. I'm curious. It looks very extravagant. Oh, it is. Why do I have jewelry? Immediately I hate it. Oh no. Quick, clothes on first. This one makes it look like Aloy type style. The last Ronin? What was the one that I had on? I'm sure I'll find it. Yeah, I don't think I really have anything that looks cool at the moment. I think the cloaked one isn't too bad. It does kind of suck that your weapons go through them. Right, what was the one that was the best? I can't remember what item I had. No. Was it this one? That's 66. This one gives you 83. Just less physical resistance. Might have been that. Alright. Yeah, stream. We're gonna deal with all of that, like before the start of the next way long stream. I'm glad there's a nice little hub area. Instead of every time the game started in a new area that I didn't know. It was a little weird. A live action movie you guys are talking about. Alright. Still don't know if I like my hair. I might end up going for the side pony. The Last Ronin? The Last Ronin? Are we talking about the game? No, that's something else. What's The Last Ronin? Oh, Ninja Turtles. Yeah, I don't follow Ninja Turtles, eh? I should have watched the last one that they had. That was it wasn't claymation, but it had that vibe. That looked cool. The one that came out, I think it was either last year or the year before. Yeah. Everyone, thanks for watching.